Hello, hello. Yo, the button is sustained. Very good. Hold it. We are chilling for a bit to listen to this music. Because it's real good. How's it going? It's time to tackle that second case. It's Saiban Sunday, is what I'm calling it. Since I did this last Sunday too. Approach the bench for a sidebar. Yes. Let's put one thing together with another. Basic logic go. Why? There. Alright. Turnabout Airlines. I'd say we should. I like that. The resume from previous game, instead of having to go and select the game and stuff. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief, Yetagras. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. Fateful day 2 days ago. There appears to be a fly on my monitor. Go yo. Go you. Wait, is that go you or go yo? Yes. Everything began high up in the air. Now, I'm streaming early. We're currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Oh no. The flight attendant spilled ketchup. Kidding. It's fine. March 12th, 6:13 a.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge. Oh, it's the airport lounge, okay. Oh. Edgeworth wakes up from a crazy hangover. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes, huh? Slight turbulence indeed. Wow, slight turbulence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats. Fasten your seatbelt. Oh, no, this is the lounge on the airplane. I thought it was the airport lounge. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Earthquakes on a flight? What? Hmm? What's this? A travel wallet? It's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? Ooh, my head. If I want this headache go away. Take care of this travel wallet later. Hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake like turbulence to an elevator? Why is there an elevator on a plane? Private dining car on the plane? Ah, yes. What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. Complete with elevator. It's caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. Uh-oh. How long am I gonna let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. I'm a grown man. It's an elevator on a plane. And there's a dead guy. Whoa, what the? What in the world happened? Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat. She's the murderer. I can already tell. Eek. Is it another murder with a statue? He's dead. Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions with all the facts. He's dead serious about going itchy and scratchy land. That's why he's on this flight. What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer. What? No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. That's what they all say, Edgeworth. They always say it wasn't me. March 12th, 6:41 a.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class. Dang, first class is nice. Look how much legroom they got. Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. Edgeworth is the killer. I'm one of your flight attendants today. Prototeniero. Sus name too. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. They know. What? Murder? What's going on with this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. The kid down there isn't panicking. He's eating his, like... It looks like a roast. An entire roast with, like, a lump of butter on it. A whole stick of butter. This flight will stay on course and make a scheduled landing. Still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we're out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. Shall you must have taught at Edgeworth there at Edgeworth Law School? Yep. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off. Please, there's no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. Edgeworth. I put him right next to a big book of law as well. And his tea. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I'm not the killer. Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. It's got a good point. Now you listen here. I'm not the killer. I simply found the body. So you say, however. I'm not sure that you were the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, it will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, is it? Yes? I was wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance to do what? a chance to plead my case, and a chance to ask you what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. You accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. The dude wearing life vest is sus. He is. He looks very worried. I do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good. Very well then, let's get started. I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. The eyes. What Mrs. Tenario saw. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Fortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain you were the killer. The truth comes out. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you, standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. And just accused. So if you'd please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. And that's it. That's her evidence. Weak evidence. I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. Smile. It's like I'm gonna ruin this professional flight attendant's whole career. I would press on this. Unfortunately for you, I'm certain you're the killer. What's our evidence here? There's a travel wallet soaked in blood. Body. Details, meals, movies, and other service. Sky magazine. We didn't even get to... We didn't even get to, like, look at the body for clues or anything. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It's you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder. I'm gonna press this one. The murder weapon dripping with blood? Really now? I swear that was the grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now. As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time. Excuse me? You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder. Nonsense. Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene and am now listening to your defense, all with a smile. Apparently you also lie with a smile on your face. If you please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. Her mistake shines like the silver lining on a dark rain cloud. And I'm going to capture some of that light with evidence. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain you're the killer. See that's in front of the elevator. Fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. If you please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. Certain. Let's should I present the body or should I present the travel wallet? This thing has a... Oh. If the murder weapon is the statue, it definitely doesn't have blood on it. Let's present this. There's a contradiction between this piece of evidence and your testimony. I don't want to go against the word of a professional prosecutor, but I don't think there's a problem at all. I swear it as a professional flight attendant. Oh no, I was wrong. Well, I'll try this. Mist scenario. Oh, what is with the yelling all of a sudden? Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Force of habit. Miss Taro, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sent the chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. Oh, what? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. What? Impossible. Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? So-called training. Did I kill him with a travel wallet? But I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you'd be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Or wine. Then, that's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist. Mighty buckles on that wallet. Maybe some rocks, right? That's a Ridge wallet. Murder edition. No. There, that should clear up that pesky accusation. Wait, hold it. Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you could tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. Sigh, she's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you'd be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. Alright, I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. It does say travel wallet, KK Slider. It seems that this passport is all that's in here. Republic of Borginia. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please, hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. Hold on a minute, hear me out. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is... Hicks Ackby. And just as I thought, this travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. Well, I did update it in my organizer. I thought the wallet was in his pocket. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? Type P. You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. Eyes. Miss Tannero's logic. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. True. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you? So, even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. Why would he want to steal his money? This man's is flying first class. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? How indeed, as you claim the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You're out to steal Mrs. Hicks's money, weren't you? Hold it. You think I was after his money? Where did that cockamamie idea come from? Cockamamie idea come from? True, you're also a passenger in first class, but I thought something was off about you and those deeply etched lines on your forehead. They're not lines, they're perfectly normal and a part of my natural face. I don't think I've ever met someone with such a terrible countenance on a flight before. And that's when it hit me. He had the face of someone with money trouble. She really is making a fool of herself, pursuing this line of logic. This man's is a lawyer. And he's flying in first class. He really needs the money. I just spare her. Present the piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony. As you claimed, yes. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. To steal Mrs. Hicks's money, weren't you? What I would do is present the badge, but it might be wrong. You know what, I'm gonna do that. This is Tenero. What do you think of this piece of evidence? What do I think about it? Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I was being unprofessional. As a pro, I should listen to your question with a smile. I must also answer all questions with a smile. Just say what you mean. You have no answers to my question. I don't know. Best restaurant in the skies. Did you kill the man with a smile? She did, probably. I'm not actually sure what to do here. Oh, wait. That's it. Let's present that then. I wonder if I might get a word in Miss Tenero. What is it now? Miss Tenero. I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? It's simply impossible. The motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about the scene of proof that the motive for the murder was not the money? Well, the money, that's... Can I zoom in? I can't. Draw my director attention to the things thrown all over the floor. That's right. The floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these are the very things the killer was after. Pocket change. I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with this killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattered everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet. Yes, the wallet. You'll also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks' passport. If you're really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet. I... Forgive me... Please. Hey, what the heck? Are you saying that the attendant's wrong? So that guy isn't the killer? Oh, don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Will you all please be quiet? De Niro. Yes? He lost her cool when he saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. Who's that angry guy? Are those wingdings? What is it now? What the? Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. You know, two-finger guns get it sounds like Borginian, but I don't understand any of it. It's another attendant on this flight who... I said that he's giving the runabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just so well, see? You, the attendant. Yes, sir. I want this person to be under arrest until we arrive at the airport. What is that statue he's rubbing with his hand? I'm sorry, sir. What exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you. Please, I'd like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. He is stroking that statue. You, how dare you try to waste my time? You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious heart. And finger machine guns. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt. But I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I'm Zinkleblanc too. I'm a very wealthy man in the Borginia. But I'm not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, or seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout? I have to explain? Unbelievable. I'll say it once and only once. We don't even have a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. Yes? I didn't even notice that giant vase there. Oh my god. He's probably the one sitting like across from it, where the briefcase is. Maybe he bought a seat for his briefcase too. Yes, and he continued to blather on. I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go on the elevator. Going down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock. Oh. He's cuddling with his vase. License to laugh Reasons to love, laugh, maim, and murder. Exactly 6 o'clock. And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6? Ah, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time do you discover the body? Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Hicks was his name, was it? When I say that, man, Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yeah? Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. I was eating. I still haven't finished. See, still going at that roast with the insane amount of butter on it. And the other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right? I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh, so you say. But do you have what you say, the evidence? Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain of what you saw, enough to give testimony? Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little small machine the whole time. Machine? Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes? It's making me crazy with the click, click, click. In that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. Simple cell phone, laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget. I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty, all it produces ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw. It's Gennaro. Yes? I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene? If you'd grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit. I don't like the sound of that. Box in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English. What? It's fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. If I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Using logic. Mr. Gennaro, if you wait until we arrive, it's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. This should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now, please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. You're not planning to erase evidence when you're doing your investigation, yes? Of course not. We will see. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What? Unbelievable. I'm in your debt, Mrs. Tenero. However, there's one condition. I'm to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course. I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural, as I'm still a suspect in this case. Grrr. I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use Y to talk. It's time to head to the scene of the crime, but first, floor lounge. The first floor lounge. LeBlanc has some... He's doing finger exercises. Hey, miss, how about another glass? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? Sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you. I was asking the cute attendant. I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. If you need a refill, I'd be happy to bring you another glass at any time. You got it, Toots. That's no way to talk to a lady. Toots. Okay, so there's no... Look at this kid eating his roast. May I have a word with you? This munched steak, so awesome. It's great to hear. However, I'd like to ask you a few questions. I was here the whole time, so I wouldn't know. Eat or speak. Please pick one. Munch, 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 munch. I think he chose to eat. Yes, I can hear that. Ah, that's right. I was in the middle of recreating a chess game. Just an observation, but aren't there too many red knights around that lone blue pawn? That kid did it. He's eating the body right now. Nonsense. It simply shows that the blue pawn is no match for the red knight's might. Don't get near me, you criminal. He said, don't get near me, you criminal. I'm not the killer, and I intend to prove that starting now. But that's contrary to the facts. He says, but that's contrary to the facts. I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much. This is Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator? Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now. Hurry up and investigate. Time should not be wasted. Precious is human time, is how you say it, I believe. In my seat, unfortunately, I didn't bring anything particularly useful for the investigation. And it's someone constantly referred for such a thing to occur. Oh, and here's a bot. Oh, what's a lifesaver doing down here? I bought it at the in-flight shop just beyond the lounge. If something should happen, having one will save your life. I think this guy would have been better off not taking a plane to begin with. Yeah, for real. Mr. LeBlanc seems to be protecting the gargantuan vase in the chair rather closely. A marvelous vase, though, isn't it? Yes, I dare say, as a professional attendant. I don't think there's any real connection between a piece of art and being an attendant. But I'm not just any old attendant. I'm a professional flight attendant. Professional. Though there is such a thing as an amateur flight attendant. Looks like he's got like a personal TV. Oh. Look at all these bottles lined up in a row. It's a miracle they made it through the turbulence without a scratch. Actually, we asked the drink vendor to clean up all the ones that did break earlier. You mean to tell me he put all these up here after the turbulence? We're simply thrilled to have someone so interested in the variety of drinks available. How much grape juices this man had. I don't think anyone should drink this much. Such a thing as overhydration. Okay. I'm gonna talk to Miss Sleepy here. Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? Hey, you there. Yawn. If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay? What the? Hey, wake up, you. I'm really sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth. No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it that her salary was cut so low that it was in the red. How did you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth? Come to think of it, I forgot all about it. Must have been asleep or something. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Let me refer you something right away. What are you apologizing for, Miss Tenero? I failed in professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please help yourself. If you see anything to your fancy, feel free. I think I'll take my time later, after I've solved this case, thanks. Work first, then eat. Yes. It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. That's the Goyo Airlines sponsored movie. It's a suspense, hard-boiled, action, romantic horror comedy flick. Is that the genre listing for this thing? Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by anyone because it encompasses all those genres. I can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be. But you have to admit, it has piqued your curiosity, right? I heard the main strategy with this genre listing was to make people curious. Well then, consider the mission a successful one. Okay. What's the other... Oh, he's got a giant parfait as well. Oh, there's stairs. March 12th, 7:26 a.m. Thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenera. It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting your permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Wow. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I'll bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you're not making progress. When we do, we ask that you please return to your seat at that time. So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I had to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes in first class without a staff keycard. We found no record of a keycard being used at all, which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. Doesn't sound that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered earlier. It was discovered either. First floor lounge. Now then, let's get started. But where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. 15-minute crime. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. Where was the killer? If we're to believe what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. Well, let's see here. And this door leads to the flight attendant's room. Please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. This room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great, however to me it simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. Spaced out. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. Piano. This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into the CD drive. CD drive. That's not a piano. It's more like an overgrown music box. But its keys depress along with the music, as though there really is someone playing it. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. And these counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky. These clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Tell me, why do you suppose I said to them? What do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. Clouds, they tell me nothing. There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. No, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Never heard of such a silly word as participle. Case in point. What or who is this? The bronze statue of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Ugo Hughes. One on the left is when he was in his 40s. The other of him is in his 80s. Exactly the same. And did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. Maybe his beard got longer. It says here lies Hugo Hughes. Hugo Hughes. So I can't check this broken wine bottle. Oh, the chair. This toppled over chair. Yet another victim of the turbulence. Ah, no. Look at all that grape juice standing in the back. Grape juice. It may not look it, but this chair is extremely valuable. It was? Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? I can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular and international band. They added the Pals part as it became more popular, especially among teens. Ah, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. He'd know. Second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off. Guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. Okay. I pity that a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilled at its feet. Here's a statue of our founder, Mr. Ugo Hughes, who's a big fan of grape juice. Grape juice? I'm sure he'd be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worshipping at attack? Yeah. And finally, there's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Some very important evidence. Oh? What is the important piece of evidence? See? The footprints? What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that they are a set of footprints. Spilled grape juice on the floor. Totally grape juice. So you think? Yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. I don't think that'll be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definite match. Oh, I see. She looks so dejected. She had such a great idea. And the in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. We don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There'll still be clues to be found here in the lounge. Let's remain ever vigilant. The only thing I haven't looked at, though, is this guy. What floor is its elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key card. So the only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second, huh? Victim's body was found on the outside of the elevator that connects first floor with second floor. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I wonder what was hanging off this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now if I could just put my finger on it. This is probably what was on his lanyard. Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. Okay. What is this? Sinister-looking figure on the floor here. Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. Captain Ugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. And this bank is limited edition, and it's so popular that we're down to our last one. Oh. You have an in-flight shop? Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? Blood on it is fresh. Okay. Actually, wait, before I do that. So I checked here. I guess I'll check here. That anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead? Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes. I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seemed to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks' head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. Victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? Okay. Good observations. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Well, that explains what was on his lanyard. The phone. The clicky device. Souvenir picture, perhaps. Who keeps their phone in a lanyard? Around the neck? I guess some people probably do. It's like an older phone. Possibly like a Sony Ericsson. There's no grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes. Grape juice. Making it highly unlikely that Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. Wait, what was that last point? No grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes. Okay. So only his clucky device was really taken. Nothing unusual about this area. Okay. Sunrise Alex, thank you for the follow. Well, looks like I looked at everything here. Let's use some logic. Oh, where was the killer? Spilled grape juice on the floor in front of the elevator. Broken glasses. Victim's body was found inside the elevator. Okay. Let's put those together. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes? What is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Yes. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it. Man, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more fitting. Alright. Oof. Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line logic. Yikes. What clues point to where the killer could have been? Okay. I think we've pretty much searched everything here. Yep. Let's go back upstairs. Or I guess I can't until I put things together. Are you in need of assistance? Miss Nero, I'd like to ask you about investigating the lounge. As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around. If you pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation. I will, however, please realize that you're still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you. Of course, and I take no offense. Do you really understand what I'm saying? Yes, verily. You pinky swear you do on your honor as a professional prosecutor? I pinky swear I do on my honor as a professional prosecutor. Well, I guess that settles that. I feel my honor as a man slowly diminishing. Notice anything? Do you notice anything? I was wondering whose footprints those are next to the elevator. I'd say the killers, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they're a vital clue to solving the case. Well, maybe there are other clues waiting to be found in other places. Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go find them together. A word of advice, no one likes a credit thief. Stop stealing my lines. I was wondering if you noticed anything, Mrs. Tenero? Yes, I can't help but notice the sad atmosphere in here. Yes, it's a rather tragic crime. I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talk about rubbing it in the salt. I believe I mentioned this earlier, but no money was stolen from Mr. Hicks. Oh yes, you did. Sorry for the accusation. I still insist that there's something off or missing from where he was at his seat. Oh? Something's missing. Can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine, so as a personal flight attendant. Capture the culprit with my own hands. And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. Key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic and the evidence. So... let's put it together. What if I put... elevator with broken glasses. No. Oof. So. Wonder. So there's spilled grape juice. But there's no grape juice in the elevator. But the killer walked through it. Thinking. So, I don't want to get it wrong because I already answered a lot of things wrong already. But I don't know. Oh. So, let's go. Where was the killer? Elevator? Maybe. Oh, yeah. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. So he had to be in the elevator, that makes sense. Killer was in the elevator along with the victim, that's a different story. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator. But how? In the elevator with Hicks. I don't think broken glass has anything to do with it. I have it. Sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. Proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There's actually one other person inside the elevator. It's built during the turbulence, looks like footprints when being dragged. Okay. Because that's all we can do down here. Time to go back up. Or, I don't know. What's this? The 80-year-old and 40-year-old statue. So, any assistance? Nope. I don't know. What do I even do right now? Can't go back upstairs. Yeah. Like, how do I go back? Like, we're also stepping right on the grape juice. From any European Republic of Bourguignon, wealthy art dealer, time obsessed. Who's seated in first class like myself? Yo, Scoots, how's it going? Is there something else in here? Lazy day, right on. Oh, deduce. No. Eureka! Mr. Hicks' machine is nowhere to be found. His machine. His cell phone. There. Oh. It felt off 52 hours of work. Jeez, that's a lot. Definitely time for a lazy day. Ah, so I guess because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Missing cell phone. Investigation complete. Hmm. Absolutely, you should. Get the pizza. What's going on over there? Oh no, that's LeBlanc and his wingdings. Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. He's so mad. He's got those finger guns out on Mach. Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It's the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late. But the movie... What? I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time. What's the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? There's no emergency. Please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I need not sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove your innocence yet? If you'd like, I'll prove my innocence to you right now. What? Nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken, merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself. What's this new finger gun? What I saw. I'm certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator. It was when the needles of my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes. Then you, the only person in the lounge at the time, must be the criminal. Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. For all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me. So my eyewitness testimony, if you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who's having the time to wait for you? Is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, let's find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast. Certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. Minutes after that in the lounge, yes. He certainly has a lot of confidence in his testimony, which comes to show I need to press him for more information. Lounge. Hold it. It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. And that's when I found the two of them as well. See, it all matches my testimony. Ah. But I wasn't the only person in the lounge. That's the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of. No. Your silly opinion is what's mistaken. Oh, Conrad or OT, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. How's it going today? Common rode off his motorbike. Told Saul to take a hike. Never heard another stream he likes. Yo, thanks so much. Well, welcome, raiders. I hope your stream was awesome. This LeBlanc character, hilarious. Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you're both mistaken. Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, I don't know what it is. Calling ranks on Pokemon Unite. Yo, nice, right on. That's awesome. Sounds like a good time. He certainly has a lot of confidence in his testimony. You have to go raid and run? Alrighty. Alright, sleep well, take care. Thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna throw you a follow. Oh yeah, It's great so far. Let's press this. Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at the time? Of course, I saw what was inside. And you're sure that the victim is in the elevator alone? Yes, the only person inside that was that Mr. Hicks man. This last outburst is a bit too important to let go. The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. Press this too. I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct? Oh, you noticed. It's a very expensive antique, I'll have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand. It does look very well designed and quite classy. I will have to charge you if you want to touch it. That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony. What a cheap man you are. Now return the time you wasted back to me. We must. I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock. My body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. You're the only person in the lounge at the time, must be the criminal. Yep. I spy a little hole in his words. I'll show you the proof of my innocence. It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. Yep. Man, his testimony's tight. So, drink served at 6. 6 in the morning. Departure time zone. Certainly saw Mr. Hicks. Is that Hicks man? Was he really alone? Of course. I will bet even on 1 cent. A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. That's how you want to play it. I'll happily take your 1 cent. A few minutes after that in the lounge, yes? So... present... Mr. LeBlanc. What is it? There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony. What do you mean? Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice. Yes, and will you admit you also spilled it with the blood? No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is a set of grape juice footprints. Footprints? Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. Oof, he got him there. Must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Duh. Can you please translate for us? Looks like she just woke up. She really did just wake up. She's got her stuffed bear. No way. That's totally impossible. I guess that's what he said. No way, that is totally impossible. No, there was no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes. You want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right, but he doesn't seem to be lying. Well, they're lying. Then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just one more. Will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? When I saw part 2, I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. Checks out. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one. Mr. LeBlanc, please calm down. What? And dare you to have an issue with my eyewitness testimony? No, not at all. Afraid I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. He'll let the testimony stand as the truth. He's sweating. Hold it. Why were you so attentive to the time? Because something unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time in money. You understand the point? Movie, is it talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and the starting time. Interesting. The movie does seem to start at 6. They're supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I kept my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. Destination time. So my watch was not wrong, it matched the schedule. But the movie was still late, very, very late. Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's alright. The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times. Watch is set to my destination's time. I always set it when I board the plane. Let's see here. Enter yourselves to the Casino of the Gods. So, the movie was supposed to start at 6. Yeah, it's weird. Okay. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I haven't set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. It's true. Yes, and the correct time is worth it 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Yeah. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Mr. Shinero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Jingfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at the time, so right now we're still running on Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. 9 hours, that's huge. So he said he saw the body at 6 a.m. 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2. That'd be 3 p.m. In that case, it's only natural that your watch should be out of sync with the schedule. What? Further, with your analog watch set to our destination time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony, and you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. And that is information. It means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. That's true. My 1,000,000 cents. This should clear up all the remaining accusations. This basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., 6:15 a.m. Question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time and what was he doing? I got something to say. Right? What's this music? And you are? Yeah. Look at that smile. Yeah, oh. I'm Chamomile. I'm a flight attendant. What is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. She was asleep. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know? What? How can he be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. Ah, the stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Jingfa, correct? Message from Captain Ugo. This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic of Jingfa between 4 and 5 a.m. Yes, that all passengers remain on board at that time. Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave? Or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off on in Zhengfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. Look at her smile. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting, I should keep that in mind. Refueling in Zhengfa. Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Abkey Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Miss Meal's testimony jotted down by organizer. Right then, that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m. Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? Ooh, that's a really good question. I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhengpa. Uh-oh. You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you're the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards? Unfortunately, yes. Then how do we explain the footprints? Is not that obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge. Waited to kill him. Then he put the corpse in the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My witness testimony may have been mistaken. What time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge. Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? Do you have another idea? I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. There's something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge. Well... clearly this. The murder weapon. Real mat and guard. Thank you for the follow. The murder weapon. The little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and is not displayed here in the lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop before first coming here. It doesn't prove you're innocent at all. Is there no way to win this with this man? Hold it. If I may. What is it? You see? Well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. Oh, and why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. When was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m. Isn't that just before we hit the patch of turbulence? But that's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence? Yes, I was. Come to think of it. Mrs. Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? The flight attendant's room. Then you were on the first floor? Yes. I had to do something at the shop. And in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first, and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why'd you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep for the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about this till now, is what I wanted to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then? Hold it. What is it now? Smile. Are you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're alright. Huh? That's weird. What is? Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. Whoa. What the? What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero? I mean, she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. Said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet here you are. You, flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? Captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Miss Tenero, why did you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. And then Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I'll be your guide from now on. Something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop's my top priority. That's a winning smile right there. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. Quite a bit of broken glass. Everyone passing through the area. What? Did you say something? There's glass here and to be careful. But why? Obviously common sense does not register even a blip on this girl's radar. She's the guide to dreamland. True. She's already asleep. Mr. Edgeworth, that's the attendance room. Please excuse me, it was a simple mistake. You made a mistake, didn't you? Why don't you just come out and say it? That's exactly what I just said. I made a small mistake. Don't nod off while I'm talking. A piano. It's been a while since I played one of these. It might be a bad idea to brush up a little bit after all this time. Of course, that's contingent on the outcome of this case. It's time to get investigating. Miss Mio, about investigating the in-flight shop. You're of no use to me asleep. Wake up. Yawn, what's up? I need you to come with me so I can search the shop. Go on ahead without me, Yawn. I'll catch up with you later. How has this woman not been fired yet? Wow, she's bad. Where am I going to the in-flight shop? Of course, I still fully intend to. Shop's over there, don't forget now. And these counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky. These clouds, they tell me nothing. Making up soliloquies. I should be hurrying to the shop and investigating. A few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. Especially this one's an English trivia quiz. Of course, I never uttered a single grammatically incorrect sentence in my life. What is it? Why are you looking at me for? Hurry and go do your investigating. I do not believe this making haste slowly saying you have in English. There's something written on the pedestal. Here lies Ugo Hughes. I don't think that's what they meant to write. Oh, I'm really mad. You better hurry and bring to me some evidence. You could just wait a little longer while we look into the shop. Don't number the birds before they're born. Don't number the what? I have no idea what he's trying to say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps. All I ask of you is your patience and cooperation. And this toppled over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. Something written on the back, in honor of Rocker Pal's Day. I have the distinct impression that the chair has nothing to do with this case. Glasses and candlestone to drift away by the turbulence. Seeing this reminds me of the ferocity of the last patch. That last patch and of... No, I can't do this anymore. I've overcome that already. I won't let past traumas control me for the rest of my life. Okay. March 12th. 8:32 a.m. This is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then, tee. Hold on, you can't clean up a potential crime scene. Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was after the crime scene. There's a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, excuse me. She's quite observant. For someone who's like always asleep. I don't know much about this shop. You can still ask me about whatever. If there's anything... What do you think about what has happened regarding this case? Oh, I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I can assure you that I'm here in the shop to prove just the opposite. She's falling asleep as I'm saying this. Yeah, but it was me that you got the permission to look around. That got you the permission to look around, you know? So don't forget that, okay? How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep? Well, you know what would really show your thanks? You see that item for sale over there? Sorry, but you're gonna have to make do with my word of appreciation. Words of appreciation. She's like, yo, buy me those suitcases. What are these? Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try then buy. No way. Either way, it doesn't really matter. True, either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they boarded the plane? Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Ugo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It's certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. You look like you really wanted to get one. I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? But I never showed any interest in it to begin with. Hehe, it really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You wanna know something? The suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Tenero designed this? Yeah. It's a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe? Really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so bleh. Miss Tenero designed this, did she? Definitely not what I would have expected. Ah. You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Mealy. Letting a suitcase really roll around. It's gotta be a safety violation. In-flight suitcase displays can be hazardous. Here, I'll put it back. So it can roll in and kill someone again. What's this here? Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. We saw a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. Some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? The shop is one shopper away from being sued. Nice window. And there are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in just such a manner as to scream "buy me" to any passers-by. Stuffed toys, just like the ones Mrs. Mealy is holding on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one, too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? And now, there's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I'd suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay then, how about you buy something for me then, as a present? I can't think of a single reason why I want to buy you anything. But I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. Okay. The glass from the display case door is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. Tiny captain's hat. I swear I've seen one of these before. Where? Is it time to use logic? I think it is. Logic time. Oh. Tiny captain's hat. Maybe? Oh yeah. That probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from the display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Yep. Must have shattered the display case. Let's take it. Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop. Well, I don't. This road is in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of the display case is needed. Good lord, that smile. Nope. Not exactly shining logic, the perfect line logic. Oof. Well. Aha. I still have inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Nothing of interest here. Everything else is of interest, it looks like. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Go U Airlines, Mr. Ugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. But floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. That whole side was investigated. Go U Airlines related books line the shelf. History of Go U Airlines. Future of Go U Airlines. 7 Wonders of Go U. Fight on, Go U Airlines. Working name, Yugo Airlines. Go U. Titles make it very clear that they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. Something of interest here. The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. It's a bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly. Ah. What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth, it hurts. Please, tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. I'll have to put a band-aid on it. It doesn't seem like there's like a lock on this handle. For security, there's a lock on this display case. There's a lock. Miss Mia, if I may ask you about this lock, the one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so she's got the keys to all the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something. And do you want me to go get the keys from her? No, that's alright. So the keys. Check that already. Looks like nothing else. Or was there? Okay. Nope. More deduction. Nope. Actually, yeah, deduction. Evidence. There's definitely something very unusual about this. But what? The killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Nugo bank. We should be sure it's the glass inside the case itself. Oh, it's true. Oh, I see. Yeah, it gets to be like that. However, it's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope, no there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time, too. Eh? That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Ugo bank from here after the turbulence. Aha. She's asleep. She is the guide to dreamland. Take your power naps on your own time as meal instead when I'm talking. Wow. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as a murder weapon. Huh? Oh, it does. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes, at this point, it's a very real possibility. But then, what if when the killer went to take the Captain Ugo, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have... Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Taro, huh? Well, I guess we gotta go talk to her. Go to the shop. Got my finger on those bad pieces of glass. Don't blame the glass for something you did to yourself. Just be more careful. Same to you. You're the one walking all over the broken glass. You sure you're okay? I'm fine. Any glass I walk on, I crush like this. That's nice. Please be careful around the display case, okay? Wouldn't want you to get hurt. Compared to the glass around my feet, the inside of the case is nothing to be afraid of. After all, no glass fragments appear to have ended up inside. Guess even you can tidy up the case, right? Perish the thought. Interesting. Broken glasses, turbulence suitcase. Let's go with suitcase and turbulence. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. She's asleep. Oh, what's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal. Don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure. They totally strange, like the color and the such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. Ah, you're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess I take after the creator. He... Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind. I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she'd heard what you just said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It'd be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I spotted something that's not quite right. What's so unusual about this suitcase? Well, this one has wheels. One of the wheels is purple, one's blue. And this one, they're both blue, but they have like stoppers or something. Everything else is the same though. Yeah, I figured you thought the inside was a lot. Excuse me. Meal sleepiness is rubbing off on me a little bit. I figured you thought the design was odd too. Never said the design was odd. Yeah. Don't give me that attitude. Time to calmly take another good hard look. This one... Something very peculiar about these wheels. Huh? As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it's fairly likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? The colors on this thing are amazing. This is apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself. The design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes, perhaps it's the best way to put it. A $1,200 price tag, not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I'd say. $1,200. Would you guys pay $1,200 for a suitcase? That's wild. I think everything about it. Oh, I can turn it. Nothing weird on the side. Nothing out on the back. Oh. It would appear to be unlocked. I feel like it what's inside. Piece of cloth. It looks like a piece of cloth stained with grape juice. And it's soaked with blood. It's blood. It appears that the suitcase is very strongly tied to her murder after all. So explain this to me. What does the suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used the suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps? But aren't you just talking about the cloth then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move. I'm thinking of the thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is. Not the travel wallet. A telephone. Miss Beale, wake up. Huh? Did you say something just now, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, I don't know, but I don't think that's it. Oh, this? No, I was just seeing if you were awake. Your explanation begins now. Ooh, I was wrong. Is he really asleep? So... Oh, I forgot there's another page. The thing, I believe, like... Well, probably not the refueling in Zhengfa. Mr. Ekby Hicks was there in his seat and took off again at 5 a.m. Maybe? Would it be this or this? Let's try this first. It's me, I'll wake up. Huh? I don't know, but I don't think that's it. Oof. To get to transport. No. Miss me, I'll wake up. No, I don't think that's it. Oh, this? Oof. Oh. Maybe... something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Aha. There we go. Bloody cloth data. But, in light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. Interesting. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. Very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. The captain feels like he has allowed you ample time. That he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments. However, I'm not allowed to complete my investigation. The crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the 2 sites. Under your supervision, of course. That's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. As a professional flight attendant. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Mrs. Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, can't allow my investigation to end here. Truth must come to light. To be continued. Sure. March 12th, 1 p.m. local time. Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. Just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private, so I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? Must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. What's this music? Whoa. Franziska, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I'm needed. And whenever there are criminals to be caught. My name is Franziska von Karma. The daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It'd be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. Oh, what? It's quite frustrating, actually. I hope to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. That'd be no shame. Wait, it's been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. Misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. He waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed the man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated this for myself. We put your arrest on hold till then. That's as it should be. That smug look. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, he's here too? Yes, sir. Whoa, is that Salmonella? From the first game? Yes, sir. Too slow. Ow. Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska's up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. But first, Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. What should I go with? I recommend our airport special. World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. A variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. Wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market. And this man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken by the whole affair. Quiver, I did it. I made the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. Must have been pretty scared. He was repeating the same thing over and over to himself. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. That's the turbulence. They're really not all that bad as a mode of transportation. And this child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. Wow, I'll go take a run down that runway. Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided. I can't believe there's no one manning the canter when a murder just occurred. Huh? Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, World Flag lunchbox. World Flag's lunchboxes U F. Found at lol. Oh, I feel a wave of creative power is coming on. It's over 9,000 lols. For my next leap movie, it's gonna be The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Man, who's the lead anymore? At least they kept his character intact from the first game. Versus the World Samurai, Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock through so many boxers. Yo, Sarah, how's it going? In the account? So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. And that was Salmonella. You have to prove that you weren't breaking TOS? Oh my gosh, that sounds rough. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. Aside from that, I hope you're doing well too. How's the initial investigation going? You just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. Taking statements now, sir. Sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. Somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. Whoa. You're making augmented reality style body art? Might need ace on the case to try to pull something stupid on you, right? Wild. It's kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and come in advance to wait your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly, and out of the blue. You're right. Exactly. I still don't know why she's here in America. Is what it is, yeah. There must be some backstory to all this. Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. But I've been seeing all kinds of things about people getting banned for all kinds of reasons. It's kind of wild. Miss Von Karma just popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details. Yo, what? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. No details. It's kind of top secret, so if you can't talk about it. Like, they probably didn't even give you a reason, right? Just send you an email and just... Yike. I'm sure they're just like wild and I don't know. Top secret, she can't even talk about it even with me. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Thus, the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. In order to properly appeal, you need to, like, have access to your account, right? Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. It's high time to resume my investigation, starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. I can't talk to Gumshoe anymore. Lunchland, not bad, because it's gotten big enough today. Ooh, I always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. That's why Salmonella's eating here. What should I go with? Get into your old email you have no access to anymore because Google support's unhelpful. So literally no, they can't help me. It's gone. Your account's gone, you'll never get that email back. Oof. Oh, I'm so sorry. It wasn't important to them, they just aren't permitted to help people get back into their accounts and able to meet any of the requirements they need me to. Ah, that's fair. I think I was just reading the game, mostly. But yeah, that's rough. Sorry to hear that. Oh? Speech to text, that's... yes. Which should I go with? Recommend our airport special World Flag lunchboxes. Only available for a limited time. Yeah. If you really want one that badly, detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one? Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Then I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. Alright. 12 years. I've similarly had a Google account since like forever. I hear that. Same. Oh, the Twitch account. Yeah. Ah. I'd be surprised that's the most expensive one in the menu. The Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, the most expensive, of course. This man is in first class with me. Yep. I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. Quiver, I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence. I could just take that from the plane. It's my prized possession now. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. You have to run for now? Oh yeah. Absolutely. You can get some exercise in. Thanks again for stopping by and letting me know about your predicament. I hope it gets solved. And have a good jog as well. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. Yeah, you take care too. No worries. Good to see you. Many planes. All excited to see this many planes too. Look at the size of these things. You like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh? Well, seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect. Oh, but I've also got a thing for the shape of the wings too. Here, mister, you can stand next to me. So about that plane's wing. Thank you, detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. Salmonella. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man. F. Mr. Edgeworth. Gotta get him some water. Found it, lol. I feel a wave of creative powers. It's over 9,000. I already read this part. Walks through the boxers. Phew, good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Feel Samurai's getting a movie. Completely ignoring me as usual, whimper. Basically, they said the same thing except with Gumshoe's input. Relax, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm here. Make sure nothing else happens. You're precisely why I can't relax. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. I'm gonna ride a plane someday and go overseas. Have you ever been to another country before, Mr. Detective? Nope, not yet, sir. I need a passport. But I've been saving up for that eventual someday. Any day, to be precise. At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after retirement. Flights are expensive nowadays. It's crazy. March 12th, 1:37 p.m. Second floor, first class. So, you want to be the captain? Well, yes, I am. And who might you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor, Francisco von Karma. I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. Wouldn't bet money on our dear Captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the Captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I'll actually leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip. That parfait looks good. 1:40 p.m. Now see here. Sorry. I'm sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? It's impossible for me to be the criminal I told you. Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't even have 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Oh. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you had to see this chair. It says in honor of Rocker Pals Day. What exactly is the big deal with these Rocker Pals? They're a seriously sweet Swiss superstar rock band, sir. Makes you want to listen to one of their songs right now. Sorry, I got lost in that forest of S's just now. Do you want me to explain it to you again? You know, Detective, I think I'll have to take a rain check on that, regrettably. Looks like we can't go beyond here, sir. Plus, the body's been sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Hey, the statue. What about it, Detective? Do you know something? I saw this guy in a dream last night. The resemblance is uncanny, sir. You saw him in your dreams? Well, yeah. I saw him, then I arrested him. I want to show you just how vital I am in our partnership. Being useful in your sleep is of no help to me in the real world. Very useful. Oh man, there's a really pretty lady in that plane over there. How can you see that? Heck, she's looking over here. Quick, sir. Wave her with me, please. Heck. I refuse to be your wingman on this. I refuse to be your wingman. No. What eyes? There are a few copies of Sky Magazine. This one's special. Ooh. Looks like it's an English trivia quiz. Oh, I've got one. It starts with I and means boldly rude and disrespectful. The answer is most definitely insolent. Time's up. Sorry, sir, but the correct answer is insolvent. Detective Gumshoe, don't tell me your English abilities are at the same level as him. As him. They got a piano on this plane? Hey, think you can try it out, sir? I think you would know better than to randomly touch things at a crime scene, detective. Apparently not. Besides, I didn't know you knew how to play. Of course I do. I'm practically proficient. Interesting. Things you learn about people on a daily basis. I can get Do and Ray to come out just right, sir. If you notice, is not a proficient pianist make detective. Did you finish taking a statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. I do not concern. If you're not done examining the cargo hold, I want my cargo back. LeBlanc's cargo? If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. Just practically a mountain of them, large to small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I saw all kinds of arts. Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. Kinda looks like that was a piece of cloth. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's a Burgundian cloth. As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more. Updated. World famous export. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier? No. My cargo this time is much many gigantic. You detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of you police is no good. And it is no good the attendant refuses to exit the attendance room too. That attendant, I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. Nope. What do you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished my own interview much earlier. It's quicker than her. Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. Wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in this very lounge. And the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. The likeliest suspect, Francisca? Do you have any problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. Got her there. Simply trying to watch out for you. Where's my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Wow. Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary. Or I'll prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, break a line of logic fast. Okay. Let's not complicate things, go to the most obvious conclusion. Scene of the crime is here, and the very lounge the body was discovered. It's a presentless suitcase. Objection. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. What does that mean? Not a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. Piece that proves the body was moved from a different location. The killer used the suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all. Now, who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me? All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. Expected you would come to that conclusion. So we can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Yvonne Karma's perfect in every way. But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point? As if there's proof of that. Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around? Something being dragged. And the spilled grape juice in front of the elevator? Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? It's right here. This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks like suspiciously like tracks for 2 wheels? I suppose. Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. Glad you come to your senses. Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot. Francisca's logic part 2. You've heard yourself. and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge, where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence, and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body. That's insane. Not a bad bit of logic. Something you thought of on the fly. What are you insinuating? I'll show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide from your fears from me. Expose the flaws in our logic in one fell swoop. Prepared herself and acquired the piggy bank. Plane hit the turbulence. What's objection. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic, essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. What if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake. This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. It was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then, what about the blood in the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder, when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, and the killer brought the suitcase to the shop, left it there. And then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Oh, yeah. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. You there? Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? Didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stealth tactics are at an end. It's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir. Eek. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking, because the cloth was hidden inside the suitcase. It signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence, which means that the real murder weapon is either still in the murder's personage or is still at the real crime scene. There's one more possibility, and that would be the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Hold it, let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. It was at that time that the glass pane on the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, that means that the killer had the key to the display case. Franziska, the person you're talking about, not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wished to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted. but only if I can sit on her interrogation. We understand each other. I have no intention of interrogating her, but you're welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. You, hurry and solve her murder. If you do not, how am I supposed to have my car returned to me? If you could please be patient just a little longer, Mr. Blanc. Hurry and solve it like a strike of thunder. It's as fast as lightning, and believe me, if I could, I would. Miss Tenero's in the flight attendant's room. Move. Okay. I've been told by Miss Von Karma that you can now enter the flight attendant's room. Please feel free to look around. Thank you. I don't know Miss Tenero's true intentions. Anything of interest, Detective? Well, I can say that I don't quite know everything about the situation yet. So I was just telling myself that I should go ask someone about stuff I don't know. I mean, just because they don't know it doesn't mean someone else might not know it, right? Must be my imagination, but for a second, I think I actually understood his logic. Way to show her who's boss, Mr. Edgeworth. Not even Miss Von Karma's whip is a match for you. You give me too much credit. She simply didn't have all the information. To be sure, and the fights will become tougher and tougher as this investigation progresses. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. That's alright, Mr. Edgeworth. You got me watching your back. Make sure to keep on supporting you any way I can. Say the word, sir. Really? How about standing out in front and absorbing whiplashes for me? Thanks. March 12th, 2:23 p.m. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Miss Tenero. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Alright. The store leads to the cargo hold. Can't let you through without Miss Von Karma's express permission. It's not a bad way to handle the situation if it was any old case, but this isn't. So between you and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job? Oh, there's no comparison to be made, Detective. None. What's that mean? It's pretty easy to tell he sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the bunk kept on top belongs to Miss Tenero. Ew, this bottom one's a giant mess. You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? Yow. Sigh, there's some things in life best kept to yourself, Detective. Oh. What exactly is this panel for? That's the emergency control panel for the elevator. Emergency control panel? We use it to stop the elevator on the first floor. Keep its doors open. Why would they do that? Keep our cabin clean. So these are the attendant's lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. One might always be so rude. Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendant's lockers? Wait, Detective. It'd be uncouth of us to look into a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murderous strapped, and I can sense a whip not far behind. Can I look at this poster? Nope. It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by lack of even a single scratch on it. And what are inside these boxes? Oh, those are some souvenirs I bought in Borginia. There's so many. There's even a second box. Well, yes, I find that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity. Those suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. What's all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. It's so lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth. Gold crowns and swords and necklaces. It's like a treasure trove in here. The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried on to it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Goyu to send its metal detectors out for repairs. That's wild. Well, go on. Let's hear our troublesome attendant out. In due time, I do have one thing I'd like to ask you. Yes? Do you plan to continue using that whip for the foreseeable future? Of course. I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it. Yeah, and probably a whole ton of yelps, too. I'm willing to bet that the majority of them came from you, Detective. This garbage can. There's sure to be a clue of some sort in this trash can. Detective Gumshoe, if you please. They're either rummaging to me. Scruffy, how dare you go through a woman's trash without her permission? Have you no sense of honor? Eek, I'm sorry. I'm just doing what Mr. Edgeworth told me to do. Give me detective. Well, Edgeworth, isn't there something that you should be doing right now? Of course, I should be asking Miss Tenero for a side of the story. That's right. How does that have anything to do with what's over there? Nothing really. If you already knew that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? Oh, yep, let's do it. Captain's permission. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work then? Yes. I'm in charge of the shop, so I had to keep an eye on it. I didn't have any reason to go there otherwise. For your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes. I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. Sorry, but there wasn't much else to tell. Miss Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. That thing. Probably this thing. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't know how to answer you. As a professional flight attendant, I'm a failure. She worn out from long questioning session she just went through. This must be the other thing. Oh. The iffy suitcase. If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero. Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about the suitcase. You were the one who designed it, correct? I think I figured something else out about it. The suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about the suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I designed we're selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know, and I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there. That means that when she went in, the suitcase was already gone. Exactly. The last one there. Hmm. So you're saying, Miss Tenero, the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes. It was so popular, practically flying off the shelves. It's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Didn't say I'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think you go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. Guarantee it perfectly as a service professional. Well, that is, how should I put this? It's hideous. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcase, this isn't the design. It's the number of them remaining. There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2, but that's impossible. Sure, there was only 1. Looks like your story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... But you said there was only 1 left? That one is, mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She's used it for a long time. I think not. Miss Tenero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. It proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Miss Tenero says. I guess the tag. This tag is still on it. That's weird. Tell me, Miss Tenero. Is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcases? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? And despite having faith in her design sense, sales numbers made her cry, bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you're trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in... first class, was it? No. In-flight shop for sure. Seeing as how the price tag is still in the suitcase, we can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. The person who brought the suitcase was... It had to be her. It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? Hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling. You were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something, but the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. You can't say that they chose a great place in which to sell them either. We weren't selling a single one. They were just sitting there collecting dust. Not so bad seeing them there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. That's a lot of money. You buy one every single time you work a flight. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m. 5:40 a.m. Buying the flight shop of another attendance room. Truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases? They'll be down in the cargo hold. In the suitcase the killer used. Could very well come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer reused one of my suitcases too? Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. Ah, how could they? The suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Oh, that's sad. It's terrible. Is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only other way is just through that door there. What about security? The door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers, leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Hold it. Yes, Franziska. Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. What do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card. Miles Edgeworth. You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? That doesn't make sense. Oh wait, yes it does. Yes, that's the only real possibility. Another attendant, Miss Meal, asked her earlier. She had this to say. Franziska got information out of Miss Meal. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. Different one. Yes, and the only person who holds that particular keycard is you, Miss Rotatonero, and only you. Ah. What? Is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep that keycard in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. It's not gonna be there. Ah, I don't believe it. What's wrong? The keycard, it's gone. Ha ha ha, very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through. Oh, wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about it. What it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Franziska, I know that you're the lead investigator on this case, however. Hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, the basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. Wow, this case is long. March 12th. Lower deck cargo hold. Let's go. Wow, so this is the cargo hold. big. This plane is a special model. There's one suitcase missing, I noticed that immediately. It's both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So this is the real scene of the murder. There's certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Apply his back. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? He then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. Why at the airport? I've been following a very large and involved governmental level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it's decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Interpol is involved. It's a top secret operation, so I can't really tell you any more than I already have. Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir. Haven't noticed a thing. Not sure what he meant. That he meant to sound so oblivious. Highly flammable. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This is flammable. In this instance, it is pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. So what kind of operation is this airline running? Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So the suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we take a closer look. Nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. It looks like a profile on Franziska. Why, indeed. Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? How's it going, you freak? I'm doing good, thanks. And you? So Interpol. Nice, right on. Yeah. I miss streaming on Friday because, well, because of my own ADHD. Sorry about that. But in not next weekend, because next weekend is Slurpathon, speedrun marathon on the weekend. Then the weekend after, I'll be doing Friday and Saturday again. Let's start that back up again. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. FF16 out tomorrow, right? I played the demo, so I'm waiting for it. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Also, it's much less cost than I was expecting to. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. Sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. But look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Sad puppy dog eyes. Did I see another... This sheet? I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. There's things as tall as two of you on top of each other, sir. It'd probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity. Really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. Really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, detective. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. Must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company's planning to dispose of after the flight's over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? Practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? Sure it'll bring you much happiness. You think so? Maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200. I think I'll pass. And Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. What are these glass shards from? Could be from glasses. Could be from the inside of a display case. Could be from a broken bottle of grape juice. Oh, I just love pushing buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator's currently stopped on the 1st floor, detective. Can't move. Yeah, guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special key card. With the door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels. Require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. So let's use some logic. So first of all, broken glasses and glass shards. Match. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. Let's have to find the murder weapon. Well, these are the 2 things I can put together. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska? I know, but he's a big fan of Miss Von Karmitzer. Franziska said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. Truth behind Hicks. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you and the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Is that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. It looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling rig. Oh. So the story becomes more clear. And what could they be smuggling? Art pieces? He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on the case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. It's all fitting into place. I think we now have pretty definite evidence. That Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Ow. Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason, of that I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Franziska, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. This raises another question. I know a passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew. Oh. He entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. His glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that, and then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator while they were riding it up. The plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open, Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Investigation complete. Easy. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Moss Edgeworth, but the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. Oof. There's definitive evidence. As a crew member, any of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. So that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. No evidence. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks the cargo hold. The point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. There's not a single flaw in Francisco's reasoning. However, there must be something I can work with that I can draw out of her. Let's press on that. Or let's... But wait. I want to hear the first part about it again. Let's present. Let's present this receipt. For this guy, I believe your testimony just now conflicts with this piece of evidence. I believe that when you use the phrase, I believe, you're anything but certain. This means that showing me that piece of evidence is just a way to waste time. Oh no. I got whipped. I need to whip the evidence as well. So... Why do it me too, sir? One more victim besides myself and the evidence to add to the pile. I'm gonna just press this one. But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero. It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? Call yourself a disciple of my father. Mm, yes, well, I don't have any evidence. Be quiet, you're such a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Ms. Rototero, you know, such as the key card that gives her away. You talking about the murder weapon? Captain Ugo Piggy Bank? Yes. He's also the only person with the key to open that display case. So... Hmm... Suppress this one too. But that is a fake. Stop right there, Maz, I tort. Any proof that it's just a red herring? You must keep on insisting that it's fake. And what is the real murder weapon, and where'd it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, even though we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed, must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. Should we examine further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? Guess the body? Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy result yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks' head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy. Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. Wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks' autopsy. Yes, sir. We got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report now. The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Whoa. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. It's beaten over such a wide area. Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out. Hit him multiple times, sir. Whoa. Probably with a giant vase. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Right, well, that's, was the wound on the victim's head consistent with a murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless. Yow, poor guy. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there. No, you remove yourself from my way. What is all that racket? My luggage, my cargo, they're mine. I demand you return them to me. Still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. Suppose there's no choice. Finally, I think he gave, hey, what are you? You left me no choice but to use strong force. You won't get past me. This is, wait, that's it. That's what this whole thing has been about. Further, this matter of the key to the display case of the murderous bank. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. Nobody could find anything that could be considered the real weapon in the hold. The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Hmm. So weapon couldn't be found. Smuggling. Probably wrong. And since a clear connection between these two pieces of information. How about these two? Nope. So that means that so allegedly the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising over such a wide area. Is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? Bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. Couldn't be found. Sizable weapon. Getting closer to the vase. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you think it would stick out. So far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Francisca. What? What do you want? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. You did? You really jumped? We didn't realize it until now, but the answer's been right in front of us the whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs. Is that pompous attitude of yours again? You should learn to drop that habit. This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. This is the real murder weapon. The suitcase? No. It's to be... The real weapon is the suitcase. When you say it with such confidence, I suppose you must have some evidence. Of course, Agent Hicks was placed into this suitcase alive. It was while he was in here that he was beaten in the head and back. I wonder if you would die if I whipped you from head to toe right now. Oh. What are you thinking, woman? Of course I would. Bruce running around the victim's shoulder down to his mid-back. And show me this real murder weapon you speak of. I guess we don't really have the evidence. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. You mean by I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what was the real cause of death. victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell to his death? Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. The only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? I said earlier, the answer's been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs to this very cargo hold. What? Then we're in trouble. We have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you're a dead pal. Quiet, why are you screaming? He's alive. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true, but it's not possible, given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What's that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? He would have been a Forganian pancake for sure, sir. Suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there. As if there could have been a window of time when the giant box is not there. But there was. What? Can use to show her that's possible. The box is not always there as it is now. The suitcase, I guess. Maybe. Let's see here. Not that. Transfer cargo. Haha. You refueled in the Republic of Zhengfa. Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. It also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. It's labeled Zhengfa Express. Correct. Meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the flight. Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. However, your theory is still very far-fetched. Any attempts to prove how very likely my scenario is. First order of business. Examine that piece of cargo in more detail. So anything off, you come and tell me right away, okay, pal? Roger, sir. The unusual for come to shoot a be so directing. Let's outrank this officer. Run into any trouble, you leave it up to me, okay? Yes, sir. Watch out, Detective Gumshoe. Ow. Scruffy, I think your ego is in need of some deflating. I was following in your footsteps, sir. Want to try patronizing my subordinates? Cruel and unforgiving to the detective, even in front of his own subordinate. Yike. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. Since it's flammable, and this one says pharmaceuticals. Since it's for excess use only. I may have a word with you, Francisca. I don't think you have the time for our chatter. It's only to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality. Yeah. So, this is a really large piece of cargo. Check on it, sir. Let's see. A leaf red statue. Heard of it? Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Let's get investigating, sir. Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. Ack. Don't rush up on me like that, pal. This belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? See what else I can find out from him. Take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece apart from Europe. This leaf red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more. 1 million cents. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been a large cargo hold. 10 million cents. It's just you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes active. Darn, how'd you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. And so I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Bean? Mr. Edgeworth said 10 million cents. Is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, is there a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case? I was wondering if you'd allow us to examine it a bit closer. It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there'll be no touching. But let's put some evidence together. Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring. It's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Zhengfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake. Well, what? How dare you say my art is fake? I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. Airway bill. I can't read this. What does it say? It says the plane is day. The cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. The statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate. No, which means that there never was a window of time. The statue wasn't sitting there. Your friend's certificate. I respectfully disagree. You can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. Then you can have your wish. You didn't see it for yourself. I'm right. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the leaf red. Gives us such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. The statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to the country to exhibit it. 10 million cents. A closer look is warranted here. This is the infamous leaf red statue, Was it Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? Something wrong with this picture. Examine in more detail. Wow, the eyes, for one. These eyes made of some sort of gem. It's a real nice shade of orange. Like I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Oh, but they kind of remind me of the eyes of this stray cat that lives near my house. Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible the statue is fake? I've sort of seen this somewhere before. One of this thing is worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir. Wouldn't call it sparkling, detective. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. That's the two pieces that we need, I think. Pot someone connected to any of the evidence I hold. And these eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do. It's really like the color of the sun when it's setting. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill. Spin. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? It's rather red. As I thought. Statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc. What do you mean? Do you not know I'm a busy man? I'll allow you 2 seconds for your answer. If you leave red, I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? It's the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess the statue? And the trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a pterosaur. Sounds like this is going to be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you. You have my heartfelt sympathy, but... What is that? Sympathy? For what? You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes. The large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us, and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling now then? Oh. It's a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. No. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake? Even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Geneva. And I'll present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. In Geneva. Can't believe you were able to tell this is a fake from a single glance, sir. You knew right away that his eyes were a different color than the ones in the photo. Yes, unlike a certain detective, he needs to try a little harder. The fact that this is a fake means it was swapped with a real one at some point. Oh. What's this? The statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. Kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. Oh ho. You, what did you say now? Further, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. What have we here? It says Zhengpa Express on the cloth, sir. Something is tugging on the corner of my mind. Something's out of place. So something is out of place. Leftover suitcases sit here lined up in 2 pretty neat rows. Too from a stare, but the sign is unmarketable. Well, why don't I sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. If you win the raffle, you get one more for free. For those ideas, sir. If they did that, everyone would lose. Ooh. What else is out of place here? What am I looking for exactly? Good question. Represent little on 10 million. Around 5 a.m. Deduce. No. Maybe the eyes? Let's check. Good question. Oh. Not here. So let's think because this is from Zhengfa, if it was brought here, if this was brought here before this one, then this cloth wouldn't be stuck underneath here. So that means that this had to be brought on after this. That's right. Makes sense. Yeah. Oop, there's the wrong button. The deuce. Here we go. There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? In the case of cargo cover getting stuck underneath the piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue's on top of the cloth. Supposing the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhengfa, there's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that the fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa. Then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why: to secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. He could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true. However, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner. He would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge, which means there was someone involved who was forging or modifying cargo certificates. Haha. Guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes. Well, this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all I had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough of height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer, move the statue immediately. A thorough examination of the floor underneath now. Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the leaf red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction. I see. There was a reaction to luminol, indication that there was blood in that spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? We seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up all the blood? There's only one piece of evidence that could show that. Dun dun dun. The killer used the bloody cloth that I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhengfa. Yes, because otherwise, the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhengfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. but that's true, and that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zhengfa, then this becomes highly suspect. I think Miss Mealy's... Wait, who said that he was sitting in his seat? That's the one. Miss Mealy's testimony. Recall Miss Mealy's testimony about Agent Hicks in regards to when we departed Zhengfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 AM, you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Mealy herself. Meal. Miss Kamo Meal. This is getting wild. March 12th, 3:35 p.m. She's asleep. Miss Meal. Miss Meal. Huh? You recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa? Huh? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa. Oh, Miss Cammy Meal. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. No one can make a mistake so large, Mrs. Meal. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. Going nowhere. Let's see a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Meal, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 AM, and 6 AM when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Meal's alibi. Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. Yeah, and from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. What? How's a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up. She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm gonna be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Wait. If I remember correctly, food is being served in first class in the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 AM. Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda. And what were you doing in the attendance room at that time? Eating and having a most delicious dream. Do you mean you were neglecting your duties? No way. Sleeping's part of the job too, you know. So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. Well, what should I do? If there is any objections? I will raise an objection. Miss Meal, there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 AM. And I know why. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Mrs. Meal. Huh? A receipt for what? It's for the suitcase that Miss Tenero bought. Now, if I direct your attention to the timestamp, you can see it clearly says 5:40 AM, Miss Tenero. Yes. Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness, so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you take a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight stop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase, after which I went straight to the attendant's room to drop it off. Do you see Miss Mealy there at that time? No. So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Meal. The bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed Mr. Nature Calls, you know. Do you take me for a fool? Well, it's too convenient to be true. But it's the truth across my heart. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? But please, why don't you give me a chance and hear me out? You'll hear me out. Reason for suspicion? Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. You think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too? She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know. You ask me, that makes her super sass. Oh, dang. Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. You're under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda. Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. Can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind. You wanna know something? Miss Rhoda actually kinda... I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design. Now's not the time for this sort of talk. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. Elevator keycard in the shop. And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. It doesn't count. But I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy's very talented in languages. So she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Burgundian. She's the only one on this flight who's fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Burgundian. She's fluent in Burgundian? I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Burgundian? Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Burgundian. Very interesting. Makes her super sus. Well, I'm in charge of the attendance room and some Burgundian stuff. Miss Mila, it's very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm saying that Miss Rhoda's very sus. And there you go, pushing everything onto her again. I don't get what you're saying. Must be a really abstract concept, huh? The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm on the crew. Determine some Burgundian stuff. Let's press her on that. So, you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Burgundian. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Burgundia for a while. If that's the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation. Only one purpose. To lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed the document in Burgundian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, smuggling of the leaf red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you. Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. The heck is she blowing bubbles? Exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really? All you did was sign it? I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. I'm sorry about that. Seems that she's finally woken up. It's gonna be one tough fight. Suppose, and this is just a supposition, you know, I was involved in the smuggling. You can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that. If you were involved in the smuggling, you'd have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda's the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. So perhaps there is some element of a setup, a play in this case. What are you talking about? She keeps blowing bubbles? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you, I meant the killer. First, is she a sleeper agent? Maybe. First it was myself. Now it's Miss Tenero, who's under the microscope. It seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda's being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target for the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all the blame on the crime onto her. This evidence will prove my suspicion. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning. I think it's the suitcase, but I want to make sure. Take that. The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? She looks pretty angry now. The only way all these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That's because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstances dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? Where, when, or who? I guess where the murder took place? Special circumstances simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there is no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Camille. Only you alone could be the killer. Yawn. And what? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but no definitive evidence. Isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture. Well, obviously the cell phone missing. I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. That's because it went missing, and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. At least that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks' cell phone cannot be found at the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We won't know until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Give it a call. Agent Hicks' phone is ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, detective. Now where is it coming from? The phone is up in the flight attendant's room. Hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir. Miss Meal, wake up. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Got sleepy all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child. I better find that cell phone fast. Mr. Edgeworth, don't worry, Miss Tenero. I'll get to the bottom of this. Find the truth. Wait here until I return. Alright, thank you for all you're doing, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like it's coming from the flight attendant's room. I agree. Please don't hang up just yet. Let me find it first. It's fine, but let's get one thing straight. Yes? Don't you dare answer his phone when you find it, understand? Understand that you don't want to pay for the call? Turn on the real crime scenes here. Also, just catch the killer. The killer. In we go. March 12th, 4:12 p.m. First floor, flight attendant's room. Ringing is coming from somewhere in here, sir. The sound and turn detective gumshoe. We must find it. It's probably in the trash bin. Doesn't seem to be over here. Let's look somewhere else, sir. The ring is coming from somewhere around here. It's not here, sir. There's a bad feeling about where we're gonna find this phone. I wonder if it might be inside the suitcase. I don't hear any sounds coming from inside, sir. I suppose the culprit would have been so dumb as to try the same trick twice. It doesn't seem like the phone got mixed in with the lost and found pile. That ringing. Oh, I checked the garbage bin. I checked here. Ah, this is the emergency control panel for the elevator. Just currently set to one floor open. Let's stop on the first floor, but the door's wide open. Ringing's coming from in here, sir. What? No, it can't be. This has gotta be the victim's cell phone. These lockers that say it's Miss Tenero's. What? March 12th, 4:28 p.m. So, Mr. Edgeworth, how'd it go? Where'd you find the phone? I found it in the flight attendant's room. Miss Tenero's locker. What? Rhoda Tenero? Know anything about the phone? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? Yes, you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away. Wait, I have a theory. It's related to the incident with the keycard. The killer meant to steal the keycard. They conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time. This is related to the keycard, alright? In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. So that is one bird we can't ignore. What should I do? Francisco's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? There's something very incriminating on it. In it. Wait. What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We've yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. The screen is cracked. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. So, this would be the switch that opens the phone. Whoa, it's a keybo. Ah, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve this crime scene of smuggling? Francisca, I need to confirm something. The cell phone can take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. It's a very similar model to my own. Mine can take photos just fine. You think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with us? In particular, pictures as evidence for a smuggling case? So, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for a killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. Here, I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. Yawn. May I go back to sleep now? And the LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. It's also reason enough to believe the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? Looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Right, displaying it now. This is... Agent Hicks is most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for a smuggling case. Hey, do you believe Red's nowhere in this picture, sir? It has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Nope, she's right. There's not much we can find out about this Agent Hicks killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end? There's really nothing in this photo that we can use. Must be something. Bed sheets. Boxes of bed sheets. Still my heart go hold though. Usual, but I can't shake the feeling. Yawn, if we're just playing around, mind if I go home? I mind. What exactly is different between them then and now. What's all this? Hmm? Oh, a cargo ship from Brigannia to Zhengfa. So, the reason they aren't here now, they were dropped off in Zhengfa. So, Blanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Fortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Burgundian. It says, yes, cloth in English. Cloth. Could it be? It says for the killer. What for is that scary face? Miss Meal. Yes? It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence, after all. A striking piece that will find out who his killer is. Well, maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. The Brigandian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. With care. I'm thinking it's the cloth. Maybe. What else could it be? What is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe off the blood they had spilled. But there's one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where'd it come from? And I finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Burgundian, that is. Ah, and she's the only one who can read Burgundian. Makes sense. This is where the killer grabbed a piece to clean up the blood with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Burgundian. The only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Chamomile. Ah, that's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Burgundian. Sorry, but I can't agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There is no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. If the killer supposedly could not comprehend Burgundian, well then... Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. Bed sheets. Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir. Precisely, the bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? So what are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Burgundian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know the real scene of the crime. Behold, so they were afraid to leave signs. The box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Burgundian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhengfa. That's right. And that's why the Virginian cloth was used. And the only Virginian reader on board who could make such a calculated decision is you, Chamomile. You and you alone. The blushes. Protection. It'd be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact Zhengfa authorities in time. Even find other evidence to incriminate other killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? I can invest your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa? Ooh, no. It's over the top. So over the top reaction. Love it. If only Edgeworth was thorough in all his investigations, he wouldn't have got to work. Very true, X-Codes, very true. So yo, how's it going? He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started talking, taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. I also like that too. March 12th, 5:26 p.m. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It's scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing's for sure. The ring behind this whole mess means serious business. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. Truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... See, you don't have to take it if you don't want it. No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. What a gentleman. Sure, it'll serve you well. Remember, we here at Go Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. Keep that in mind. Bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go. Can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. What was it fun? It was. Speak for yourself, my day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Franziska? Oh, she's filling out some custom paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding our case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? Got it, sir. Franziska, I thought I told you when you first landed. No time for idle chatter. No intention of wasting your time, however. It's been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? You're Franziska von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. It's only a little while ago. I was but a wretched mutt, so I was listening to you. Dancing Piero, living her life on the name and fame of her invincible father built. True, your father Manfred von Karma didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. It's the only route we found this time. It's only one silver lining of the big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. So there's another agent on the case with me. Oh, another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents. It's the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows, you may even run into him one day. I simply caught up in this one case. Or at least Saiban would cross paths. I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. But it's only just begun, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. When I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full. What? And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Mr. Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. There's nothing, sir. Just happy to be able to work with you again, ho ho. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Bye. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisco? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. We'll even fly down the road and patrol car if you want. Let me remind you, Detective. Safety first. That's all the first case of my arrival home. Francisco Von Karma, smuggling route she was after. Leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. The players on the other side of this war. They'd begin to make themselves known through the next incident. What's this? Edgeworth speaking? Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are? Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Amano? Ernest Amano, correct? Ah, so you do remember me? I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. Son, he's been kidnapped. The end. Well, that was great. I think that's a great stopping point, too. So, I'll see you guys later. Next weekend, I mentioned it earlier, but next weekend is Slurpathon. There'll be speedruns on this channel all weekend from various people. It's gonna be great. It's a lot of fun always. I think this is the 11th year. Yeah, Slurpathon 11. So look out for that, and then the week after, I'll do the next case for more Saiban Sunday. Amen. Hello and good night. So take care, and we'll see you guys a little later. Right? It's always a lot of fun. We'll be raising money for Extra Life, so tune in for that. Anyway, take care, and we'll see you guys a little later. Good one. Maybe I can raid someone. Also, that fly is still there. Maybe I'll just... I'll raid Burn. It's on a 3-year load. But yeah, take care for now. We'll see you guys later.